the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we get a certificate, acknowledgement certificate of posting, please?
Also move.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we have
Aye.
a 5-0. Oops, sorry. That was an aye, yes. Okay.
I was trying to reach it.
I was premature, sorry. All right, let's go ahead and go to the consent item. It looks like there's no public comments on this, in this presentation, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and go to the first item, number 1, the consent item.
I'll make a motion that we adopt proposed resolution authorizing teleconferencing options, the consent item.
Can I get a second?
Second.
And any public comment too?
Can we get a public comment on that?
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglin with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And I'm happy to see that there's going to be a continuance of the Zoom meetings, if that's what I'm understanding is the issue there. And for folks who are out and about in the county to come into the meetings, this has really been a boon for a rather upsetting 2 years. So thank you very much. Appreciate all the support with CMAP. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay. So then can I have a first, I think I had a first and a second from the previous item. So can I get a first on to approve the consent item and then a second, please?
I made a motion already.
On
Oh,
number
yeah,
one?
it was already
Okay.
seconded.
Oh,
And
okay.
I seconded it.
Okay, so then, and we had the public comment. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, 5-0. Now to the real meat of today's meeting, regular agenda. Gabriel?
I'll go ahead and open up, Madam Chair, introduce this item. Just want to first thank you for making some time. Today's pretty important. Historically, just to give you a little background, years past, we didn't have these meetings or special meetings to kind of review the budget, to go over special items like Calpers, discount rates, which we'll be discussing today, the increased cost in that, as well as our budget and staffing needs. So there's a tremendous amount of information we'll be discussing today, and I think it's important that we have these special meetings. So this is going to be the first of 2. The next item, please calendar it if you may. May 17th at 9 o'clock. We'll have another meeting scheduled then, and that's when we'll discuss finalizing the capital projects, or the road projects, staffing, the organization, departments, GAN limit, Opeb policies, and so forth. So we'll discuss those particular items at our second meeting, and more or less have pretty close to a final budget at that point. So we'll be sharing that with your board to ponder over it, and really gives us a few days, really a month, to review and potentially maybe add or change some items for our June 27th budget hearing. So please mark that on your calendar. That's going to be a Monday. That's a really important day because that's when we'll finalize the budget. With that, I just wanted to highlight a few things today. We will discuss budget timeline, general fund revenues. We'll also discuss reserves, overall reserves we'll have this year, Opeb trust fund accounts, Calpers, and budget policies, as well as the topic of conversation by the public, as well as your board, I'm sure, is SNP bus. We'll be discussing that today. We'll go over the animal control contract as well, and just have some discussion with that. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it.
Can you repeat the 2 dates, Ray, please?
Yes, May 17th, 9 a.m. here in the chambers. That's our second budget, special budget meeting. And then June the 27th, Monday at 9 o'clock, that'll be our actual budget hearing. Okay. So with that, I'll go ahead and pass this to Gabriel Orozco. He's our budget officer. Gabriel?
Good morning, Board, Chair, Supervisors, members of the community, and members here in the public in the chamber. As our CEO mentioned, my name is Gabriel Orozco. I'm the budget officer. It's now been about a little bit over a year since I came here over at the CEO's office. So now getting the pleasure of going over it second time, hopefully a little bit better than last time, and definitely with a lot more context to some of these items. So as our CEO mentioned, a quick little timeline here once they get the presentation going. First special budget meeting happening today. We're going to cover budget timeline, some concerns for the upcoming fiscal year. We're going to cover the Animal Control Services contract, touch a little bit on some of the realignment funding that we get from the state, general fund reserves, some department requests, or Opeb trust accounts, Calpers, and then a little bit on budget policies. And then hopefully get some direction from the board on some of the recommendations that we're going to have, and just some general direction so we know what to come back to the board with as we move forward. So the first piece right here, the budget timeline. Right now we're pretty much in the thick of things on the first special board meeting, April 19th. The next date to keep in mind is the 17th of May, as their CEO mentioned. The second special meeting, that one will be better to finalize all capital project requests and any road infrastructures. What that'll do is give us about 2 weeks to finalize and get everything ready to post our recommended budget on June 1st, because we are required to, list and do a public notice of the budget as it pertains to the expenditures that the county is going to have, and then have everything ready for our budget hearings on the 27th of June. And then if everything goes, correctly, pending any adjustments made in that budget hearing process, then on the 1st of July, we'll be able to move forward with some of the recommendations in the recommended budget to move forward with. And then later on, August, September, we'll bring back the adopted budget for the board to approve.
And just for your edification and understanding, education with this, when you look at June 17th and June 27th, it's 10 days. So we're obligated by law to publish it 10 days in advance, just as an FYI to the public.
And a lot of this is, as the CEO mentioned, it's managed through the state controller's budget guide. It has essentially state code as to where and when, how long, by when we need to publish and have our budget go through certain timelines. There are special considerations if something goes wrong, if there's a disaster, if we just can't meet a specific timeline. As long as the special consideration is at play, then we can potentially extend those deadlines. But it's always good to have everything done according to a timely fashion. So as of now, essentially all departments have submitted the budgets to the CEO's office. Minor adjustments are just being made to a couple of the bigger funds, meaning the capital project fund, the road funds, and some of the impact funds, just trying to figure out some of the different projects that we're still going to be working on in the county, just finalizing those expenses. So as I mentioned, the second special board meeting on May 17th, we'll hopefully get a more finalized list of projects that we're looking to do during that time frame, and then we'll get them incorporated into the upcoming budget. Quick items of concern for the next fiscal year. So American Rescue Plan Act, we'll be getting our second payment of that funding here in May/June, around that time frame, depending on when the U.S. Treasury releases that funding. There's been a couple of quick items that we'll be setting together another meeting with the ad hoc to discuss. There's been some more clarification from the U.S. Treasury as it pertains to the $10 million allowance by the federal government, essentially not requiring departments to have had any loss, which really is going to open up the door for the potential possibilities that the county can move forward with. So that's something that we're going to be discussing at the ad hoc, but I just felt like it'd be good to let the board know what's going to be happening. So in total, American Rescue Plan Act was $1.9 trillion across the entire nation. The county specifically received about $6.1 million last year. We'll be receiving the next payment, second payment, $6.1 million this year. It's going to go towards various projects. A couple of other items, these are big kind of overarching kind of concerns is, as a lot of people know, prices of things are going up, so we have the cost of goods. So that's something that we're a little bit concerned about, because we'll see that mainly impacted in our services and supply side of our budget. Increasing interest rates, so if we decide to go out on a COP or take out any loans, that's something that's going to be at play, because those interest rates are going up. There's some chatter and some concern about maybe a potential crash related to high value in some of the real estate properties, and some of the tightening in some of the areas, and that could materialize, but it'll depend on how the U.S. government kind of begins to roll through some of these policies that they're implementing. Hopefully it's for the better, but nonetheless, it's still something to watch out on. There's also a bottleneck in the supply chain. So, for example, our sheriff's office has been trying to get some vehicles for their deputies, and they've been months and months and months. They've come across maybe a vehicle that they're looking to purchase, and the lot says, well, you guys will have until the end of the week, and before then, someone picks it up. So and that's pretty much across the board. I know we've been having issues even with our custodian services, picking up some pickup trucks for them to kind of get going. So, supply chain issues, up and down across different areas, so it's definitely affecting us. And then some of the biggest needs that have been brought up through, initial meetings with all the department heads is staffing. So essentially, now that we've been growing and receiving a lot more, providing more services to the community, there have been staffing needs, but just along with that, there's also space needs. So we can't add on a lot of folks to our departments without having somewhere to put them. So those kind of go hand in hand. So there have been some staffing and some space concerns that have brought up. So those are some of the big concerns that are we're going to be looking out for in the next year.
Can I ask a question? Going back to the last slide,
Mm-hmm.
and you had mentioned about high inflation. So as you give us the budget numbers, are we anticipating that your presentation has taken that into account of a
Yeah.
potential recession? I hate to say that word, but
In
the
the
potential.
revenue side, there is some drop back, and we're going to take a look at it. Some of it has to do with some of the state allocation of sales tax dollars. And on the other side, for an increase in the inflation side, we typically budget for about a 3% increase in cost for services and supplies, and then usually about a 1% for other expenses, other charges. Is just to keep us kind of on the straight and narrow as it relates to an increase in cost. But usually what we like to do is I like to do a historical approach and see how the expenses have been materializing over the course of the years. And let's say we're budgeting 10,000 and it looks like we're only spending about 5,000-6,000, and I might drop it down a couple of thousand, maybe 8 or 7,000, just to right size everything, because I don't want to show an inflated number when
Right.
Expenses don't materialize. So things like that, just making sure that we're budgeting enough to cover, but not over budgeting to an extent where we're
Right.
inflating something.
thank you.
I had a question, Madam Chair. So along those lines, Gabriel,
Mm-hmm.
how do you come up with the 3%, just to help me to understand, like, because we're showing like what 8.5 increase in cost and inflation, right? So how, is that like year after year? Like, is it compounding, or how are you making sure you're increasing your ability to
Mhm.
manage costs?
So usually the 3% is applied on a compounded basis over the course of the year, so it adds on. And then the 8% inflation is set essentially across the board, but the 8% is the generic number that's provided, while if you look at the detail, individual cost items, maybe looking at housing, maybe 12% increase in expenses, while essentially we have our own facilities, so that 12% doesn't apply to us. And then you look at maybe the cost of leasing vehicles, maybe that's up 6%. Well, that does apply to us. But then you have other expenses that maybe aren't hit as hard by inflation, and those kind of, balance themselves out. So usually what we do is, average about a 3% compounding per year on the
So,
service and supply side.
and it's probably premature, but you're gonna address that where you're gonna see costs increasing with our budget?
Not this one. Where we're going to see it is on the published recommended one. A lot of the departments, they've been submitting those budgets to me, we could tell, where they're adding in either a percentage increase or a flat dollar increase on those particular line items. And usually if I see something that's just, it's increasing by 50% or something like that, then that's a red flag. And I have a question, and I have to ask, why? Is it maybe a new contract, or we're looking to do something different? The operations change in some form or way. So things like that's what gives you a.
And typically, just to add to it, is typically about a 3% on an average.
Yeah.
And so what Gabriel was saying a few minutes ago is that there are some departments that may not have to spend something for this year, and they budgeted, so we may need to lower that. We'll ask why. We'll discuss it with them and may lower that. So that'll offset some of the increases that maybe are actually really high. So just on an average, 3%.
Yeah, but that's still considering the reality that we're dealing with today, right? So if we're doing that prior, then that's not considering inflation, right? Or it's trying to project, but we might actually be under budgeting, right? Depending on that's why I asked about what are the things that are being impacted. You mentioned leases and cars might be one thing. I know, you're seeing a value of used cars now because of the market, right? There's no availability. So I would like to know how it's impacting us. Like, what are the things that are impacting us that maybe that 3% isn't considering? So, but it's probably premature. Anyways, thank you.
Well, yeah, like, for instance, your board doesn't purchase vehicles. So specifically for your department or your budgetary item, it doesn't affect you. Like for administration, the same thing. Typically, we usually get used cars. We usually get a used car from another department that may have one for administration or some of the outlining departments. So again, that would not affect us. But for the sheriff's department, they need to have new vehicles, and there are requirements that they have to meet from a safety perspective. So it would affect that department. Mm-hmm. Again, just keep in mind, when we do a budget, we're doing the best. We're getting. It's almost like having a crystal ball, and that's what Gabriel's talking about right now. Is what are the considerations that we have to take into case to deal with this year's budget? And that's what we're talking about. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen 3 months. There may be round 2 or round 3 of COVID. There might be some other item that comes up as he was mentioning earlier. There could be a recession. So there's a lot of things we have to consider, and we have to be mindful of that when we create the budget and account for that. So that's what we're talking about today.
Right.
So just to follow up, to be clear, do you apply 3% across the board in most areas, or do you, like for example, gas, obviously fuel prices are up. Mm-hmm. So in those departments where there's fuel purchasing, I would assume that they're taking that specific thing into account, or the price of vehicles.
Oh, yeah.
So when you say 3%, is that's just across everything, but in reality, you're going to department by department and actually looking at what is specifically the increase in those areas?
Exactly, department by department.
And it works out to roughly a 3% increase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
on an average.
Yeah.
On an
You might have
average.
6%, you might have.
Historically.
Yeah, right, okay.
Historically.
Depending on
You may have some departments that have higher
Yeah,
expenses,
right.
some that have lower. It just
Okay.
depends, but
Yeah.
usually averages about
Okay,
3.
thank you.
So one of the items that had been a topic of discussion in prior board meetings is more or less our Animal Control Services division. So in our budget, it exists within the administration department, Division 1050. So this is a contract that we have out with the city of Hollister. It's actually an unfunded mandate from the state. Essentially, we contract out with Hollister Police Animal Care and Services. Our current contract was implemented in 2019. It's actually set to expire June 30th, 2023, so the next year. So we'll probably be getting in communication with the city about seeing about updating the contract in the upcoming years. Essentially, the scope of the services revolves around the Health and Safety Code 121690. mainly says that we have, as a city, as a county, we have to provide a pound system and some form of a rabies control program, more or less related to dogs. Doesn't really apply to any other animals, cats or any other of those kind of animals in that nature. So mainly dogs. The current, some of the asks are for, that we've been getting is more or less to deal with feral cats and some of the other animals in the county. And that's not to say we can't do it, but our health and safety code says mainly dogs. So if we choose to do so, that's kind of out of the county's wanting to do a service out for the public. As I mentioned, it's still an unfunded mandate, and we'd be wanting to provide that to the community, which overall would be good, because then you won't have to be dealing with some of these stray animals out in the street. So within the contract, there's a couple other items that it talks about, for example, large dead animals that goes through an outside vendor. The city has a contractor that takes care of those. They then either invoice us, the county, for that share of the expense. And the county then also goes out and contracts out with an independent veterinarian that handles our rabies clinics that we put together. In the past, we had contracted out with the animal hospital, but there were some changes there, and this year we're taking up a new contract with the new vendor, and we're looking to kind of grow with that vendor and see how that partnership goes. So that's taking that rabies side into consideration. The other big piece that, as we had discussed, that was brought up is the city right now currently is contracting out with SNP to take care of some of the feral cat issues out in the community. So right now they have a contract where it's one clinic per month. It's $3,600 per clinic. And this is one of the areas where we would like some further, I guess, direction from the board, maybe a recommendation, whether if the board would like us to go into some form of a partnership with the city and their contract that they already have on hand, where we do some form of cost sharing with that contract, maybe extend the clinics that are done, or specifics on where they're placed, maybe in the unincorporated area, or if the board would like us to move forward with the independent contract, apart from what the city has, to supplement what the cities already have in place. I know with some internal discussions, we were thinking about maybe supplementing the monthly clinics that the city already has with a quarterly one happening in the unincorporated area, and probably some place that we would the board may have some input as to where we put them. Maybe one in San Juan, one in South County, maybe Tres Pinos area, one a little bit in North County. Just kind of figuring out where we put some of these. And those, the pricing, we had talked with the SNP CEO and founder, and it would depend on the number of clinics that we provide. More, if we do more, obviously the price is a little bit cheaper. If we do less, then it's a little bit more expensive. We would expect, if we did about 4 clinics a year, we'd have to budget anywhere between $15,000 to $20,000 if we wanted to do that. But this could be more or less an opening kind of start to this, and then we can then further develop a relationship with the city to kind of get going on, I guess, a deeper partnership with the program. So this is something that
I just wanted to add one thing, if I may, Madam Chair. We do, again, I just want to highlight that we have a contract with the City of Hollister. They provide a scope of services for us, and they provide animal control services and sheltering of animals for the county in the unincorporated area. So they're the ones that manage our animal. They deal with our animal control. They deal with many facets. But one of the requirements, as Gabriel stated, under 121690 on the Health and Safety Code, is one of the county's responsibilities and sole responsibilities is to address pound system and rabies control. That's it. That's what our obligation and our mandate is, which is unfunded. I know that that's been a topic of conversation.
The pound system and the rabies?
Rabies. So more or less is rabies control and addressing that. So in order to, if there is rabies, we have to address that through testing, and other things. But that's what mainly we have the city of Hollister helping us out with. That's our responsibility. So we're in contract with the city of Hollister to provide animal services. And it's all really, at the end of the day, it's under Section A. It's administer animal control services. It's a general item, minus some of the larger animals and other things that we have to pay on a one-off, and we have to address that with them. So I just wanted to put this in context, because you are a new board, and I know that maybe some of you are not aware of that. I just wanted to make sure that you are, and I know that there's been requests to from SNPBus to add these, add this. We have worked with the city. We were initially thinking of actually just paying the city on our behalf and then having them either work with SNPBus to address the unincorporated area. However, in light of, we're open to whatever the board wants to move forward with. We're looking at, one time a quarter, but if the board wants to do maybe one time every other month, that would be the maximum we would probably want to be able to move forward with. And the other piece of this is, I think we would want to see data. We would want to look at that as well to understand what is actually really happening out there to address these cats. So.
Question for you. Would we have to amend the, whatever it is that we have on record here, that it only deals with dogs and not cats? Would we have to, in order to make this be, if the board chose to make this be an ongoing expenditure with the city, would we have to amend that so it addresses what the community has been asking of us? I'm not saying I'm voting for it one way or the other. I'm just saying, would we procedurally have to amend, whether it's an ordinance, it's a health and safety code. So it would have to amend that to be able to address and accommodate an expenditure in that direction.
I think it would. Before we get too much down into the details of the SNPBus, do you want to put that on a future agenda as well? But we would probably want to.
Now that we're broaching it, we're talking about the
Madam-
budget.
yeah.
I think it's perfect
Madam
timing.
Chair, it's on the agenda.
Yes, I think it's
Is it-
perfect timing.
Is it on the agenda for
For
after-
today.
What we're doing is we're asking direction to provide us so we can budget for this. That's
Either
what we're
way,
here
it's gonna
today
come back
about.
for a vote
But-
after.
So
Right.
Yeah,
what will happen is that if we actually work directly with SNPBus, we'll have to work with them and create a contract and bring that back to your board for final approval. Today is only a discussion. We kind of want to get direction from the board. Do you want us to, invest quarterly? We're looking at about $15,000 for a quarterly approach, or probably $30,000 for every other month. So that's just a couple of approaches. Again, just keep in mind, we might want to wait till the very end of this presentation
saw there's a
to hear.
presentation with
There
the
are so many other elements to the budget that I want you to hear, or that you probably should hear before you make any decisions. But we just wanted to have this as a discussion item to kind of, get your take, and then at the end of the presentation, get a little bit more firmer direction.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Yeah, now I understand this is just a part of the budget.
Yeah.
But this has been a huge issue that have been, we have been hearing from people.
Yeah.
Meeting after meeting after meeting. And I think that not only does this have to be addressed in the upcoming budget, but we should be addressing it now. I mean, I know we're maybe a few months into it, away from the new year, but now, we do have to look into it, verify what we're hearing. But if what we're hearing is correct, if we don't try to start getting on top of this now, it's only going to get worse. And so I think that, it doesn't seem to me, we've been telling them that we're going to address this in today's meeting. But in my mind, just talking about it in next year's budget is not really addressing it right now. So I would suggest that we may need to have this on, as an agenda item for what are we doing now? Because it is and I think it seems like we absolutely have to change the contract we have, because it doesn't even mention feral cats. And it sounds like, that's one of the biggest issues we have. And it also, the fact that we're contracting with the city it makes you wonder, are they focused primarily in the incorporators of the city? I suspect so. So where the biggest problem with feral cats is in the unincorporated of the county. So anyway, I think we really need to relook at this whole thing, and potentially have to allocate a fairly significant chunk of money to deal with this problem. I'm not sure quarterly, one additional clinic quarterly is gonna do the job. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I will I'll go now on this issue instead of waiting. So one question I have is the 3,600 a month comes out to like 43.2 for the city, but they just approved a contract for 54, so the numbers aren't really.
It's 15 months.
Okay, well that answers that. And then I do just want to point out, the city of Hollister has a much more stable budget than the county does, largely due to the 1% sales tax that they have that brings in $6, $7, whatever it is, $1 million a year that we don't have. And I do support SNP funding personally. I'm going to support it on some level, but I also would say that we have to be really careful about precedent. As far as to me, there has to be a caveat to this as well, that what other local funding sources, this is a nonprofit we're talking about here, what other local funding sources are they seeking out? I would like to, outside of government sources, and what constraints they may have to go into, for instance, the community foundation or some other fundraisers in town. And because for me, we do need to address this. I agree with Supervisor Tiffany. I think we could, if we're going to do quarterly, maybe we could do one quarter in this budget. If we're going to do once every other month, maybe we do one or two in this budget year. But I do believe that I would personally like to see a plan for SNP to get off of the government support at some point, to find other government sources, because I just fear that it just becomes a built-in part of our budget, and those costs are just going to grow over the years. And so that's just one request that I have. I'm willing to support it, but I would also like to see a plan for how they were going to get other funding sources. And then, like I said, I would support either every other month or once a quarter. I do also think we should get some data to really know what impact we're having with the dollars, as opposed to just sort of writing a blank check, so to speak. I would like to know, what's the impact once a quarter versus every other month? What kind of impact are we going to see in the animal population? Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I echo the concerns that Supervisor Kosmicki has, and I also support what Supervisor Tiffany has to say. I guess what I'm curious about, and this is where we need to see the data, is if we do get on top of the situation in the long run, will it be less of a cost? Because then we won't be having the population continuing to expand to a degree if we can get on top of it. I also have concerns about funding a nonprofit as well, from county dollars. And so that's my concern too, although they're the ones doing the work right now. So if there's a way we can support them, that makes financial sense too, and we can take a look at the data. Because I am concerned, you alluded to it, but I'll just come out and say it. I think is the city, can we get the data on how many of these cats that they're servicing through the city contract with SNP Bus are actually from the unincorporated areas versus city cats?
Yeah, and we met with the city to discuss this. They were going to do every month or thereabouts. We were thinking about subsidizing it with the unincorporated area. Now, keep in mind, my understanding as well is that there are a lot of folks from the city that take these cats and they put them out in the unincorporated area, and that happens too. So it's really difficult to analyze, to get the right data. Is it the city? Is it the county? Mm-hmm. What part of the location? Is it deep into the county? Then probably it's a different situation. Okay. But we will work on that. I think it's important to understand really what the issue is. I mean, we're hearing it. I'm hearing it. You're hearing it. Yeah. I think it's good to understand, get that data, and yeah.
And I would request that we see the financials from SNP Bus too, so we can see how much money they're receiving, where that money's coming from, and then what their expenses look like. They're a nonprofit. That should all be public information, I'm assuming. Mm-hmm. And so then that way we can have a better understanding of where we're spending our dollars and how that's getting used.
Yeah.
I feel like that's just being good
Yeah.
stewards of our money.
Madam Chair, I had a
Yes.
question.
Yes.
County Council, what is the legal requirement for us to do animal control services? We just heard it was an unfunded mandate. What is the legal requirement that define, I want to know the definition of what it means for us as a county body to administer animal control services?
There's, we have a whole memo on it. There's a variety of services that we're obligated to do, and then there's several that we do that we're not legally obligated to do. That was done when we investigated, taking it independent from the city years ago, and I'm happy to forward it to you for, I don't remember it off the top of the head, but rabies is one of them. But a lot of the work that we do is not required by law, and I'm happy to pull that up and circulate it to you. So there's, you know, I don't wanna like try to, some of the level of work that we do is not required.
Okay, well, maybe to clarify, what is the intent of the law of animal control services? What is their goal with us administering animal control services?
Let me see whether I can find that memo. Well, the things like control of, animals that pose disease, for example, like rabies.
Well,
You know,
so under
I
that,
think it was
under-
more, probably when it was enacted, it was probably more for the protection of humans.
I would imagine, yeah, and that was my point in asking the question, because I don't know why, I don't understand, I guess, the sentiment of how we don't think that feral cats are not under the guise of animal control. You know, that's just my opinion. If we truly want to control the animal population, then by default, that means we have to control the cat population. Unless they're not animals, I'm trying to, but either way, if it's possible also, Madam Chair, maybe we can have the public weigh in on this, because I know this was
I was gonna ask if we can go to public, even though it's not a particular item, it's within the bigger scope of things. Yeah, and I was looking at the Health and Safety Code 121-690, and it does mandate that the governing body of each city or county shall maintain or provide rabies control shelter system and a rabies control program. So that's really is what it's, you asked for the law, that's what the law talks about. So do we have anyone online that would like to speak to the SNP item? Since we're delving into it, even though it was advised to not do it.
If you'd like to make a comment, you can press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglin again from Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And it is very well documented that the populations of birds in parks and cities is highly impacted by feral cats. And that if you want to hear birds out there, I mean, it's an indication of health in our natural settings to have a good bird population. And when we've got colonies of 80 cats, my God, can you imagine how many birds they're after? They're not going to get that many mice. Birds are an easy target for cats. They raid the nests. And so for myself, for Reach, for our parks, we would definitely be pro SNP bus to take care of the colonies that are ravaging our bird populations. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Madam Chair, a follow-up on, follow-up on a couple of thoughts. First of all, yeah, I do agree we have to look at what we're mandated, but of course, the county provides services, things that we just provide because it's the right thing to do too. So I think we need to look at that. You know, and I know this already came up and we really need to dig into this, but a clinic per month, $3,600 per clinic, you would think that there's got to be a relationship between what the cost is and how many cats they're dealing with. So if we deal with it quarterly, you would think the price would be much greater than it would be if it was monthly, for example, or every other month, because they're going to be dealing with fewer cats. So I would think the 3,600 is a variable number. you would think.
Mhm.
It would be based on how many cats are, so anyway, that's one of the things I think we need to dig into to figure out what is the most cost-effective way. Because it's gonna take a while for us to get on top of this problem, but if then we get on top of it, then the number of cats we're dealing with is gonna be much reduced.
Mhm. So
That's all gotta be something we factor in. Thank you.
And that's exactly, I was gonna say the same thing, Supervisor Tiffany. So I really think that we need to address the situation and get on top of it, and the way we do that needs to make sense financially too, so I understand that as well. But I do think we need to address it sooner rather than later, and if there's a way we can do that, and maybe, is there a faster way to streamline in the meantime? Can we contract with, the city already has a contract with SNP Bus, you know, I'm just
Well,
curious.
I'm going to advocate for Supervisor Hernandez's word that he loves to use, metrics. So let's see the metrics, let's see the data, let's see who and what they're servicing, the outcome, and then take into consideration what the city's doing. So can we advocate to put this on a future item for a decision? So whether we decide to fund this fiscal year or put it into a ongoing expenditure, can we just go ahead and direct you to do that, and then we could move on with the budget?
Yeah, and typically, just so the board's aware, since we do have a contract, we've been working with the city is obvious, you know, as I mentioned, I already went over that with you. Board members have also subsidized the SNP bus, because the board members have $3,500 within their GIAS to spend on nonprofits or other agents, other items. So not sure if you knew that or not, but anyways, we're in budget and we're talking money, so here you go.
I was
So
told
the-
3,000.
Oh, what was it?
It's 3,000.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, 3,000, my
Yes,
apologies.
okay,
I said
good.
3,500.
I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't get 3,500.
Sorry about that, 3,000, you are correct. So
500, right?
each one of you gets $3,000
Per fiscal year.
per
So-
year, per year.
Yes. And so we don't know if your 3,500 or your 3,000 is still there from Medina.
Yeah,
You'll
from
have to see
Medina,
if the
Medina may have
expenditure
spent it, but
had not-
we'll double
Yes.
check it. We'll double check that.
My predecessor zeroed mine out, so when I came in, I had nothing for the first 6, 7, 8 months. But
In any
that's
case,
another
that
point.
is something that can happen immediately. I mean,
Yeah.
immediately, if you wanted to put in,
I make a motion that Betsy put her 6,000 towards this.
for $3,500, right? $500
Yeah.
give
So-
on her part.
So then
No,
let's
I'm
just
just
go ahead and
joking.
use that as an agenda item. to
Yeah,
put
we'll
on a
get it
future
on.
item,
We'll get it
so
on
we-
the
So we can go ahead
the
and make a
next
decision.
board meeting.
Yeah. Can I get a second on that?
Yes,
Supervisor?
I'll second. How soon can we, probably, this next one's gonna be too soon?
We are,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah,
like
we've
we're
already done the
posting-
agenda review
I mean,
and
we
it's
don't even have time to do it today.
tomorrow.
So
First,
to-
Yeah.
first meeting in May?
May 10th, I
That's-
believe it is.
Yeah, I just think the sooner the better, the sooner we get on top of it, but
Yeah.
first meeting.
And we'll have an action, it'll be an actionable item.
Yeah.
Okay,
So you can,
yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Cool. So yeah, taking that direction, we can definitely move forward with probably bring something back, so we can maybe do a clinic or so maybe this year, and maybe look to, you know, doing something so we can have it on the budget for the next year. So
Thank you.
thinking both ways. Okay, so going back, next piece I wanted to cover is a little bit on the funding side. So 2011 and 1991 realignment. So this is some of the, actually this all gets back to sales tax. So some of the sales tax that is collected by the state, that goes to the state in the form of their 6% that they collect goes to their funds, and then gets broken down, goes into 2011, 1991 realignment. These mainly service some of the subvented funds. So for example, the 2011 realignment goes towards behavioral health, health human service, probation, some of the sheriffs, district attorney, public defenders to a small extent. They're actually, on the state side, they're projecting an increase of about 7.5 this year from last year. And they're actually projecting a decrease from this current year to next year, mainly having to do with some factors that we kind of covered a little bit ago with, you know, inflation, high cost of different items. And one of the other kind of items to consider is that the state, in the funding that they collected this past year, exceeded their gang limit for the second time in history and had to, you know, figure out ways to spend it or return it. For example, this last year they went with their Golden State stimulus, gave out $600 checks to some of the state residents, and then they sent out a second wave of for residents that could further qualify for the $600. So the state ran into that problem. We suspect they're probably going to run into it this next year. It's more of a state issue, not a local issue. We'll see it in the next special budget meeting. Our gang limit, which is really far in between what the state has, we've never exceeded it, and it'll take a pretty decent amount of time if we ever do get close to it. So we'll see a little bit more of that coming forward. The other funding item, 1991 realignment, mainly funds are public health, behavioral health, health human services, and for the most part, it's pretty stable. They don't. They're showing an estimated increase from last year to this year about 5.2%, which was an overall, huge growth, and then a small decrease of about 3% from this year to the next year. I don't think it'll affect them too much. Going into a little bit of the general fund, this is the general fund money that we receive as in the local, mainly covering property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy, business license, and document transfer tax. So I always think of revenue on the county side as in this is the local portion that we get, and compared to other counties, we're very, as we've talked in other presentations, very property tax heavy. And overall, I revised our estimates from the budget last year to this year. We're probably estimated to get a little bit over $1 million from the original revised, which is pretty good. But the major portion of it is carried by the increase in property tax. I think there's gonna be a switch in sales tax that I'm gonna cover a little bit later on in the presentation, and that's gonna be one of the areas of concern kind of going forward, is how that's gonna affect us.
Real quick question, Madam Chair. Is that okay?
Sure.
So you said that there would be a decrease of 4% from fiscal year 21-22 to 22-23 to all these departments up, from the 2011 realignment.
Right.
Is 4%, is that because we've done a good job of managing our funds, right? We've always, from my understanding, had a pretty tight belt mentality, right? We don't really spend if we don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just curious.
This is realignment, subvention funds.
Yeah.
So they're not general fund money.
Yeah, correct. I'm just curious what that means, because these realignments apply to other counties too.
Right.
So I would imagine there's probably a distinction there of I think that 4% is probably a really good metric of what the county's done managing their budget.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just curious how that compares to other counties, I guess.
This is a number that's statewide, so it's a 4% drop just across the state.
Oh, okay.
So you could assume that the same thing, it just trickles down to the individual counties, just like that.
Madam Chair, quick question.
Yes.
The TOT bump in 2021,
Mm-hmm.
what is that? What's the belief of why it went up so much?
Some of it was uncollected that we then brought in, and some of it was essentially we saw, as we see from 1819 to 1920, there's a little bit of a drop when it came to the TOT, and then as the recession, or again, not the recession, as the restrictions on COVID began to lighten up. So at the beginning of fiscal year 2021 was when everything was restricted. As everything began to open up little by little, we started to see some more of that transient occupancy. The other item is collecting on businesses that aren't reporting it, because transient occupancy is a self-reported tax. The places that do report have to submit the paperwork to this auditor controller based off how much they rented out and how much housing they provided in transient population, and that's where that piece comes in. So it's places that reported. We saw growth, as I mentioned, because of business that hadn't reported in the past, and then as everything began to open up little by little, that's where growth. That's why even for on my revised numbers, I'm revising it from 204,000 to 300,000 because I'm expecting those to begin to go up as people start to get out more. So, okay. So going now to cover the current general fund budget. When we put this out, usually when we budget, we set out to spend what we think we're gonna spend based off our projected salaries and benefits. Last year, as we mentioned, we were dealing with funding, vacant positions, as well as different projects that we thought we were gonna undertake, or projected expenditures in the form of having an emergency reserve or a contingency fund that may or may not materialize depending on what happens throughout the year. Every year we usually put together a balanced budget, making sure that our revenues, including some of the reserves, are matching up to what our expenditures are going to be. So essentially the first set of numbers is what we had budgeted last year. Our current actual is showing a $9 million deficit. The main swing on that is property tax. Right now, I think our tax collector had mentioned a meeting or so ago that April is when we collect the second wave of property taxes. So it usually is, about a $9 million, $9 million with the first batch and then $9 million on the second. So usually we're, running right about net right now. If we factor those into those considerations, and then those kind of projected out as I'm showing kind of in the last numbers. Pending expenses coming in, usually towards the end of the year, expenses begin to dwindle down as the auditor's office begins to close out the year. We'll probably be, within, running a net between a positive and negative depending on how we end up. Last year, for example, because of the shift with the sales tax that I'm going to cover in a little bit, we actually increased our ending fund balance. We went from about 7 million to 11. So we were actually able to put some away. As the CAO mentioned, usually every year we're jumping around, dipping in and eating up a little bit on our fund balance or putting some into it. So last year we were able to put some into it. If we take the projected numbers in our fund balance at the end of the year, we're probably going to end somewhere around 9.7 million. And then further than adding other projected one-time funding that may come in related to the San Juan Oaks project, the Ward Home lawsuit, FEMA reimbursements, and tobacco securitization funding that will come in, will potentially leave us with the end-of-year fund balance of roughly about $31.5 million if the revenues do come in. If it takes a little bit longer for the FEMA obligation for the funding to come in or San Juan Oaks project to fulfill itself and go through, then some of that may come in later on the year. So as of now, this is what we're projecting, but that number may change.
Yes.
Madam Chair, quick question, Gabe.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest difference between budgeted and projected final is in services and supplies.
Right.
About a $10 million difference. Why such a big difference? Is that largely because of COVID and how that's impacted those areas, or did we just over budget? Where are we on that?
In some areas it's because we over budgeted, or maybe I guess say we overestimated what we could do. Some of those expenses are tied with projects. So for example, the work that we were thinking about doing here in the chamber. At first we thought we were gonna, get it done, or the extent of it was gonna be a little bit larger. We were thinking about doing a more comprehensive construction, but at the end of the day, that didn't materialize. So that full expense won't happen. And because of the nature of when it's gonna happen and happening in July, the expense won't take place in this budget, it'll go on to the next one.
Sure.
So depending on when some of these projects come in, which are a big component, and we're gonna see kind of in the next couple of slides some of those capital projects, or where there's general fund contribution on some items. If we collect more funding in some areas and we use the general fund to kind of make the expense whole. If the amount isn't so much that we have to essentially make up to backfill, then the expense doesn't materialize as well. So it's all dependent on, in some cases, where revenues come in, or like I've been sharing the issue with the backlog with the sheriff's office. If, they had budgeted to spend, 150,000 on vehicles, but they're having a tough time getting one vehicle, then, it's an expense that doesn't materialize at the end. But these are all items, and like I mentioned before, this year kind of getting a better look at the expenses and being able to gauge it from a historical context, how we've been spending, right-sizing different items where, in the past maybe we have been over budgeting, and this way we can definitely, tighten it up so we're not,
It could also be, for instance, like the jail itself. We anticipated to have technology in there or addressing some of the fire components. Well, they're on a ship sitting out in LA for a couple years. So we budgeted for it. We never received it. So those are just some examples of could be road projects, could be weather, could be other things that come up that delay it. And then, so we show it on the books, but then all of a sudden we didn't actually expend it.
Two follow-up questions. First of all, I gather this does not reflect ARPA money, so
No.
that's not including the revenue or
No.
in the expenses. And then, looking at salary and benefits, how does that work exactly? I'm a little surprised because I know that we're talking about, and as we look at this new budget, more right-sizing our expenses and salaries and being more realistic about what, actually the openings are,
Right.
but for, for this current year, we still have more openings than obviously we have
Yeah.
filled. So I'm a little bit surprised, and maybe I don't quite understand this, is why we're projecting a final that's very close to
Right
what's
around it?
budgeted. I would have expected, the final would be quite a bit lower than what's budgeted if we were budgeting for X number of openings and we don't fill all those
Yeah.
openings.
So two quick items on that. First thing is COLA that happened with the labor negotiations. So part of it, that happened in October, and then the other labor groups began to trickle in throughout the year. So that was also an expense within the current budget. We were able to withstand it. Otherwise, we would have come here to the board and say, hey, we don't have enough money in the year to budget it, but this year it looks like we're going to get through. The other item is still dealing with the labor negotiations, the bonus that was paid out to the staff. That was paid out essentially using our own general fund dollars, which will then get backfilled by ARPA dollars. So that's one of the things. ARPA isn't reflected on here because this is essentially just general fund dollars, not on some cases some of the money that could get backfilled. So.
And it just to add to it, again, there's a lot of variables. Last year, we were very similar in how we budgeted. We actually ended up the year with $3 to $4 million in the black, so we were in the positive. So it varies from year to year, but yeah, again, we added these. And we're going to talk a little bit more about those items probably in the next slides. Actually, 2 more slides. You'll see that outlined a little bit more in detail.
Madam Chair, quick point.
Yes, please.
So one of my concerns in the past, before I was on the board, and I've talked to Ray about this, and I think he understands, is that in the past there have been some instances where I've, at least as an observer, believed that departments may be over budgeted, and there's this mentality that, well, I can just shift those dollars because that's my budget. So if I didn't hire this person, then I can go spend XYZ on whatever within the department. I'm not a believer in that. I know my predecessor thought that was a different mentality. I think that we have to keep a close eye on positions and make sure that the positions that are being budgeted are the actual realistic expectation of the department and the county as a whole. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to add to that, so again, Gabriel's doing a great job, and that's one of his items that we've missioned them on, is to really analyze every position. Because you gotta consider, now that you've been on the board for a bit, you have A through G step. That can be a pretty significant difference. Historically, just so you know, historically, a lot of the budgeting was done at G step. Also, benefits. We don't know who we're gonna hire for potential new positions. So they may have a family. They may only be just an employee maybe. It could be someone that doesn't have a family when we eventually hire them. But the budget at times, historically, we would budget the max. So there is a huge difference in a number when you actually compound that times however many positions. But with that being said, I know Gabriel is looking at like what are the actuals today? What are the numbers that we have? And doing, and you want to maybe enlighten them a little bit more, just even our projections when we do have some vacancies or new hires, what those numbers are.
And where I'm coming from, I see it the other side of the coin that Supervisor Kosmicki is looking at. I want to make sure that the departments have that leeway to be able to fill a position, because I know how hard it is to attract qualified employees for the county. So I don't want to strong-arm them or cut their budget. I want that option to be there. And I also want to make sure, like, look at our agenda item. When the departments come to us and ask for us to elevate one position from one position to another. We don't have one on this agenda here, but, we've seen it. And I want to make sure that we allow the departments that ability, because we don't know what they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis. We don't know the employee personnel capability to be able to accommodate the task that's in front of them. So I, as a supervisor, don't want to cut that option out from them because we're trying to balance the budget. And I don't want to penalize a department because they were thrifty and frugal one year, and then all of a sudden, well, they didn't use the funds, so let's go ahead and reduce their budget. So I personally need to be mindful of that when we make the deliberations to decide where everything's going.
Yeah.
And I see that Supervisor Dirks had a question. Sorry.
No, it's fine. I think, I'm wondering, so I just want, for clarity's sake, my background's obviously in education. So if we have a person who comes to us with a certain level of experience, a number of years, can they like jump in the middle? They don't always have to start at A, is that correct?
Absolutely correct, yeah.
Okay.
And usually the department heads usually take that into consideration when they offer them. And just so everyone's aware, they have the authorization to go from A to C step. I have the authorization to go all the way to E, but there has to be a good reason, so usually they have to write a memo or a letter. And then the board has the authorization to go all the way to G. But again, just keep in mind, it has been very difficult to bring people in. And I think the board's starting to, going through some of the process now with some positions, and more so than ever. I mean, it's always been an issue, I think, with our county, but I think more so lately, it's even been more of an issue. And I think it's not just, well, not that I think, I know, it's not just with our county. It's private sector is having issues, other counties are having issues, so it's very competitive out there, and yeah, and it's very important to have that flexibility.
Also too, Gabe, I'm wondering, once someone gets hired, do you automatically adjust the budget in that line item to reflect, like, okay, they weren't all the way G, then let's go ahead and reduce it back? It might address what Supervisor Kosmicki is saying too.
Usually when I set the budget, I set usually everything right at the middle. So I budget at the C step. I add in insurance. I add in, and this is the piece that's sometimes hard to predict who you're going to get. You could get someone that needs insurance for not just themselves, but for a family. So that's an additional expense. Or you can get someone that has experience working in another county that started out as a classic employee on the pension side. So that carries a different burden of cost on the pension side as opposed to a pepper employee. And then depending on what kind of skills they have, and you may want to hire them at a higher level, that also comes into play. The other piece is, when are they hired? If the position is vacant, July 1st, as you go through interviews and everything, they don't get hired until October. That's about 3 months where there was no movement. So there was 3 months worth of salary that's just sitting there that, let's say, was budgeted at C, but then they hired someone at G. We don't need to make a change to the budget because they have savings within there, so they can use that to fund it in that position at a higher level. And then by the time I do the budget, or just looking at it, when they're trying to bring someone on board like that, they're usually the department will reach out either to HR or myself, wondering if there's enough funding available to bring that person on board. If there is, either within that position or there's what then other positions come into play. If there's another position that's vacant and it's been the same thing, vacant for 3 months, is there flexibility there? So a lot of different little factors come into play, and when we analyze, wanting to bring someone at a higher level than we had budgeted for.
And then if, like we have seen in the short time I've been here, people do come, they're getting promoted, and so they're asking to adjust the budget for that. Is there a way for department heads to take a look like a year in advance? And wouldn't they know when someone's like, what are the steps there for a promotion within the county? And couldn't they project that out as an expense coming up? And then that way we don't have to.
Yes, and there are those, not to keep my mouth shut, but there are those that are mentioned like, hey, there's such and such person maybe looking to move them up, or we want to, retain, or things like that, or promote growth within. So those are, mentioned to me, and talking with the departments, making sure that if we can address those and have the position flexibly staffed or budgeted at the higher position, so when that promotion does come through and they want to do that, it's already set up, so they don't have to come to the board. It's internal. They can just kind of get it moving and move it forward.
And we've been talking about that internally through administration, and we've been working with other department heads. This is something that we've been working with them. One of the items that when we bring in our new HR director, we want to streamline that process and have it more formalized. So we're looking forward to that soon. So in about a week's time, we're going to get somebody, actually 2 weeks' time. So, yeah.
We're looking forward to that as well.
And Madam Chair, just real quick, I agree, they have to have flexibility when there is circumstances that are, for instance, not predicted, but my whole issue is, and I think by addressing the vacancy budgeting, that will take care of what I'm talking about, to not have 20% when we know it's not 20%, maybe it's 5 or 10, and that would basically resolve the issue. Thank you.
Yeah, and to address that, as CEO mentioned, usually what I do is I analyze the positions. I'm able to run a report to see how long a position has been vacant. If I see a position that's been vacant for more than 3 months, it's like, are you looking to fill the position, or what's going on? Are you having a tough time recruiting? Is there an issue with the pay? Something like that needs to be escalated to a more HR function, or maybe to the board, so the board's aware, like, hey, we're having a tough time, kind of like what we did with the road workers. We're having a really tough time recruiting and maintaining and getting qualified candidates for these positions, and we believe that this may be the appropriate way to fix it. Things like that, actively monitoring and making sure that we address them, just to make sure that we're, not leaving, a vacant hole in the budget. So that's something we're definitely looking into.
So one final question, Madam Chair. It just leads me to believe that, and for my understanding, because we've mentioned it before, but we really haven't known what the plan is with succession planning. I know that's, it sounds like right now the only plan is our finance guy goes in there and scrutinizes, and then he makes recommendations, which is good. I appreciate the effort. I just think it's got to be a bigger picture.
That's what I was referring to about formalizing and bringing the HR director in here. So that's the plan. We're going to formalize the succession planning, as well as outreach to the departments, brown bag lunch, having meetings with departments, communicating on a regular basis with the department. So that's just something that we've been discussing internally. Very difficult during COVID times, because you're having to separate instead of congregate or bring together. So anyways, so just so you know, that's one of our priorities, is succession planning, just because of the need in our community, in our county. It's just inherent that we have to start building from within.
Yeah. I mean, we're been forced to be very, it's like lean and mean, right? We got to be very, so just the same, I think, we have to have a proactive approach. So I appreciate you mentioning that, Ray, and for me, for my information, just understanding what that looks like, I think it'd be good to educate the board and bring back as an item the succession planning. Thank you.
And it's an active process. Before, when our prior HR director was here, Edgar, usually it was, him on the HR side and me on the fiscal side. We would, look at situations, but right now in between, it's been kind of just
part?
Me, and there's, like you mentioned, there's a fiscal, and then there's a human resource side of it, so putting both of them together, I think we can come up with a good plan.
Thank you.
I don't want to belabor this, but if you don't mind going back to the other slide prior, there was a question on the TOT. I did want to highlight, it's somewhat odd when you look at fiscal year 2021, heart of COVID. When you look at that number, that's an actual. 388,000 versus 200, really, the years before. Well, COVID, what were people doing? They're going to camping, Thousand Trails, McAlpine Lake. Guess what? Most of our TOT comes from from campgrounds. We don't really have, places to go, like the city has. So I just wanted to put that in context for the board.
The silver lining of COVID.
COVID.
Gotta always look for the positive side.
Yeah.
So,
Because in comparison, for example, if you look at the TOT for like San Juan, went from about 200,000 to 90,000, something like that. They got really hit, and things like that. When they're reliant on something like that, and they're reliant on the city.
Yeah, that's where they got hit.
So they dropped because of COVID.
Yeah.
Hotels, yeah. But for camping, that's the
Their
other,
main,
that was kind of the reverse for camping, so.
Got it.
And that's what we mainly have
Many
is
tourist
camp.
destinations had that same effect because tourism was their draw.
Right.
And I know Monterey County took a significant hit.
Yeah.
They laid off a bunch of folks, that's
Yeah.
right. Yeah, I mean, it just proves to the reality that we need a diverse economy in San Benito, otherwise we're in
Right.
trouble.
Touche.
I didn't want to belabor it, like I said, but I just
Thank you.
wanted to add that. I
Yes,
thought
you
about it right
did.
after. Oh,
That's a
I
really
thought it was-
good
I think it's
point.
important because the
It's
question was
very
asked.
important.
so,
Yeah, no, it's very important. Thank you for that.
So the next item that we're gonna go here is into department FTE requests. So, these have been FTE requests brought to the administration office throughout the different departments. Some departments didn't have any FTE requests. Some departments had various, requests. I guess bottom line, requests out of the general fund is about $2 million. Subvention funds are asking for about $450,000, and varying across between what they're asking for. The biggest ask probably coming out of the RMA department and out of the sheriff's office. So here's where I kind of wanted to have a little bit of a discussion with the board and maybe some recommendations as to how we would approach this. Essentially, any added expenses on our salary side, we have to always think about them as a compounding factor and as a stable expense because it's going to be recurring. They're not going to go away. My bigger concern, as I mentioned, is probably on the general fund side. Subvention funds get their funding from the state. They have larger fund balances to be able to cover some of these, and they do have revenue that's coming in to fill some of these different programs or different projects. As compared to the general fund, we've been running a pretty slim, tight budget when it comes to FTEs. But the whole reason around that is because we don't really have the revenue source to come in to cover it. So as requests come in, I wanted to, bring it up to the board so we're able to take a look at these and see whether if I could get more or less an idea on whether to move forward with some of these requests or I guess in a way filter out which ones may be a higher priority as we had done the last budget. Last budget priorities were on the sheriff's office and on roads, and I'm looking to do something similar here. Like I mentioned, they're pretty widespread across different areas, and departments made mention as to the need for some of these positions, and I did talk to the departments to make sure that they were aware, and if the board supervisors have questions as to why the ask is there at one of these positions, I made sure that they'd be available to answer them if the board has any on them.
And typically, just as an FYI, we usually ask departments what are their needs, what are their requests. most of the time, unfortunately, we haven't been able to fulfill everyone's need. Just impossible. We have to, unfortunately, pick and choose, depending on the importance and the necessary to generate more revenue at times. So, as an example, we have Tom Slavich, our assessor in the office. There are some programs that the state offered that we were able to subsidize some funding to generate more revenue. So really our bread and butter is what? It is property tax. Well, when you look at our gap, we're on it. The assessor's office does a great job. They're actually, getting our AV up there, and we're one of the few counties. We're at the top of the tier in regards to our change and making sure that we're actually getting as much money as possible on the AV change, or the assessed value change, which we have had here a little bit ago. So it's about $1 million, I think, this year. And we'll look at the numbers here in a few minutes, but that's really the difference for this year. So it's pretty important. But that's just as an example. It could be safety. I know safety was one a few years back. RMA department, I think was like last year or the year before, that we were dealing with roads, dealing with those things. So it really depends. Again, just to keep in mind, there's some funding, AB 109 funding that funds some of these programs, that they're non-general fund money that we would recommend. But it has to be either an LTP position. There has to be some notification that it's not going to be a permanent, source of funding if it's on the general fund side. Subvention side's a lot different. So.
And even some of the general fund ones, there are some positions that have a little bit of flexibility. For example, the two CSA positions, the staff service specialist, the CSA coordinator/manager. So those should be net zero cost to the county, because following what would be a 218 vote process and updating the assessment fees on those CSAs, then the expense would then be recouped through the assessment fees charged on the CSAs and CFDs. So, but essentially, the positions would still be pending approval of that 218 process. For example, also the one right on top, the regional agency staff analyst position, that one, the reason why the dollar amount is low is because it's a regional position. It's shared between the two cities and the county. So both the cities would pay essentially. San Juan pay for about 10% or so of the position. City pays bigger share, about 50 or so, and then the county gets the other 30-odd% of it. So depending on the position, some of them there's a way to do cost recovery, and then some it's just going to be an outright expense out of the general fund, and it's just wanting to make sure that we address it.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Are we commenting on this now?
Yeah, and I wanted to clarify a question first. Okay, so going back to so you're asking for us items in terms of these positions that the departments have requests. You're asking us to provide feedback in terms of justifying a cut or
No.
expenditure? Because I want to get clear what you're asking of
I know
us.
that, I guess my ask is, in prior board, budget meetings, we've gotten some direction as to, yes, we want to prioritize roads, or we want to prioritize sheriffs. So then that means that as I look at what's potentially possible for the budget, then essentially I make a priority for filling, the requests of the road staff or the requests of the sheriff's office. And this year I got a pretty broad request, about 22, 23 positions out of the general fund. So it's wanting to get an idea from the board, and then showing, I guess, in the next slide as well, how kind of the expenses move and filter throughout the budget, and what kind of position we'll be in. So if you would like, I can cover the next slide, and then the board have an idea essentially where we sit.
To be honest and
Yeah.
frank, if we don't have a lot of money to address these positions, and our recommendation would not be to fill them as of now. Now, if there is any money that comes in, or what is the focus of your board, I think that's what Gabriel's asking, is more in a general term, but I'll be, it's tight right now.
So
And especially as
Supervisor-
converting with with the, addressing vacancy budgeting, it's even, this is gonna be a hard year in general,
So-
to do the conversion.
Going back to
I'll be
Supervisor.
quick. Yeah, I'll be quick. Yeah, so I just want to circle back to the diverse economy issue that we relying on property taxes. I would just be very concerned if we get into spending a ton of money on new positions going forward, considering that bubble is getting ready to burst at some point, and we might be turning around and laying off twice this number of people in 2-3 years. So I think we have to be really wary, just for me, and be extremely conservative with how we address new positions. And I would suggest, for instance, the sheriff has 10, I think, is what I'm counting. If we're even going to talk about it, I think we invite the sheriff at some point to, sort of make a pitch, so to speak, on those. But that's a lot of positions. Those are, I think most of those are general fund, if not all of them. So that's rough for me. But if there are some essential needs, then I'd like to hear what those might be. Some other areas that, the library, I'm not so sure hiring 2 new people in the library makes a lot of sense for me. But if Nora has, some specific information, perhaps we want to hear from department heads. But I just want to put the message out there, reiterating what our CAO said, we need to be very, very wary about how we spend on new positions. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. Yeah, specifically on the couple thoughts on the sheriff's request. I actually put in a call and spoke to Sheriff Taylor this morning about this. Specifically, we didn't really talk about the correction side, but we talked about the patrol side. And as Supervisor Kuzmicki said, I certainly would like to hear directly from Sheriff Taylor on this. But I know that my concern is, and it's not just for my district, but certainly in the South County, we have it's a huge area, 3/4 probably of the, geographically, of the whole county, and yet there's very minimal coverage. So that was what I wanted to talk to him about that. Also, I raised a question about cannabis as that develops, and we had that conversation about, as it hasn't yet, but as if we do see that start to take off, then make sure that we have coverage. In regards to, South County, and also just general coverage, the thing that Sheriff Taylor talked to me about was the fact that right now we have 2 shifts and we don't really have a swing shift. So that's something that he wants to look at, and as well as better coverage for South County. Eventually, I think he would like to move toward, more deputies, but this is kind of a first go at it. So I do think that given the geographic size of our county, that's one area, at least personally, the patrol area, that I think we should seriously look at and see if we can accommodate that. I think that's, really important. Just as an aside, and again, we should hear obviously directly from Sheriff Taylor, but he was explaining to me that there's a task force that is out of Fresno County that will be dealing with San Benito County and cannabis, dealing with the illegal side, and that's probably going to help us a bit in terms of San Benito County. Although there will, as that develops, there will have to be time, obviously, people allocated to that area. So that I just want to make comment on that. I gather, Gabe, that we've already last year, and you brought it up, we've kind of already addressed the public works area. I mean, they're not all filled by any means, but we've got the positions allocated, so that's why we don't see them appearing here.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
No, okay.
We can go ahead and, move on.
Okay, so my main concern is this next slide here, which has essentially where we've been the last year, where we're expected to be this upcoming year, and where we could potentially be in the future, depending if we add the positions, we take into account the COLA, we take into account, another factor, take into account increase in, services and supplies. So my main concern is we're so property tax reliant that what we're showing here, going from last year to this year, so the first 2 columns, the blue is the incremental increase compounding from year over year, from last year to this year to the upcoming year if we decide to add everything. The orange column is the compounding increase in revenues, local revenues from the last year to this year going forward. The main reason why there's been a drop in the revenue side is because of the reallocation of sales tax on the state side. So with Bradley Burns sales tax, as it's distributed by the state, it's usually what you put in is what you get out. So with COVID and with a lot of high sales tax driven counties not being able to put in because they were closed, so they weren't able to put in as much, they weren't able to get out as much. San Benito County, since we're not heavily sales tax reliant, we were able to put in roughly the same amount. So when you compare in Monterey County, who maybe put in normally 20 million, but they only put in 15 million, compared to us, let's say we put in 5 normally and we were able to put in 5 again, the way the state weighs it out is saying, you're able to put in, same amount, so the percentage allocation that we get on Bradley Burns is going to be higher. Well, now that we're phasing out of COVID and all these other counties that were sales tax heavy are now able to put in those higher numbers, are then going to take the higher numbers back. So the redistribution then is then unfavorable on our terms. So that's why we see a drop on the revenue side. If the distribution had stayed the same, we would have probably had an increase and we would have been able to cover essentially 100% of the cost. That's why this year it's going to be kind of like a little bit of a tight stretch to see where we can find it. As I mentioned, I think where we're going to have a little bit of the savings is probably going to be on the services and supply side with expenses not materializing. But the bigger concern is going forward if we add in all these positions on top of the compounding factor, on top of a 3% COLA that'll be active in October 2022. So as the board begins to look at some of these positions and we look to prioritize where we may or may not add, this is the bigger item of concern. And as Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Hernandez mentioned, it's that we're not diversifying our economy in different areas and we're leaving us, essentially in one spot. So this is one of the concerns that I wanted to raise to the board so the board's aware. We expect the revenues to go up, but not to the level that we'd be able to sustain everything. So we have to be strategic in the areas where we can. And that's not to say we're, standing, not doing anything. Obviously, the Economic Development Committee has been working on a lot of different areas where we can, potentially bring in more business or other, revenue streams. For example, in my next slide here, we have a couple of different projects which
Madam Chair, really quick.
Yes.
Gabriel, can you briefly explain Bradley Burns?
Yeah. So Bradley Burns, as it states, is this is going to take a little bit, but do my best. As sales tax is collected, there is a portion of sales tax which then gets collected by the state, and that percentage, or I guess that dollar figure that goes to the state is then based off essentially what everyone is putting in. They then allocate it based off your weight that you're putting in back to the counties. So that fluctuates up and down depending on what's being put in year over year. That same kind of formula applies to the Prop 172, so the safety one is essentially, the state wanting the counties to be self-sufficient. So it's, we're collecting, so the state, in a way, it's like we're collecting sales tax for you guys to then give it back to you. So in a way, there are some unfunded mandates that we get. The state doesn't explicitly say this funding is for that, but they're just like, here you go. We're collecting this on your behalf so you have some money to spend to provide some services that we've then handed over to you to provide. So the way the Bradley Burns, as I mentioned, works is the state collects it, and based off that collection and the weight that our collection is, with the greater whole of everyone in the state, then we get a portion back. So a little bit confusing, and it goes year to year. So 1 year, as I mentioned, last year, because of COVID, high sales tax counties and cities that weren't able to put in a lower amount. San Benito County, who's not, we just had our normal sales tax, we pretty much status quo on it. We were put in the same amount as opposed to other counties which put in a lesser amount, so our weight compared to everyone else increased. And we were then able to get some of that back.
I'll forward you a fact sheet. I'll forward everyone a fact sheet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, and I know you're going to get into this in the next slide, but, you know, when I think all of us came on board here in the last year, with the exception of Supervisor Hernandez, the mantra that our CAO talked about was revenue. It's all about revenue.
Right.
And you look at this slide, you know, we look at the prior slide, and I was just talking about the need to try to have better law enforcement coverage in our county, for example, or, you know, any number of other things that are on that list of needs, some more important than others. But if we just talk about law enforcement, for example, you look at this slide, and it's so clear the problem that this county has with revenue and how it impacts the services we provide.
Right.
And it's so critical, you know, that, again, you know, there's been a mantra for all of us, but that we educate the public on this, because the same people that are out there, you know, and I keep belaboring this, but that are signing this initiative or whatever it is, that are trying to stop us being able to bring in revenue, those are going to be the same people that are complaining that we don't have enough sheriff deputies out there. And, you know, this is people need to understand the reality of what they're trying to do by tying our hands with bringing in revenue. So, I don't know, it's very frustrating when I see this. And it's just, education is so critical in this community, and so many people don't understand what's going on. Anyway, that's my soapbox.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
for that comment, because that was important.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it could be a shift, as I mentioned. If expenses don't materialize, then maybe, let's say we add the positions, maybe we could balance out. But if it's a lot of ifs, do the expenses materialize? Are we gonna go forward with some of these projects? You know, are we gonna fill all the positions? It's a lot of ifs, and without knowing it, we could start to eat into our fund balance. And fund balance isn't sustainable for us to keep eating into. Maybe we can sustain it for a couple of years, but we fill all the positions, all the expenses come in a couple of years, you could be, you know, out of funding from that unassigned, and we could be, you know, in tougher times.
Madam Chair, really quick question, Gabriel. Should be hopefully a simple answer. From the last 4 years, how has our fund balance changed? Has it just incrementally gone down, or?
It depends. Usually we're hopping right around that. Sometimes we put some money in, sometimes we don't. This last year we put some money in because of the sales tax item, and then property tax has been pretty good over the last couple of years. We've been able to growth, but it's like we can't, you know, put all our eggs on property tax. That's
agreed.
That's
Yeah.
not sustainable.
So fund balance 4 years ago was about 10 million, give or take.
Give or take.
Yeah, I mean, the fund balance, when about 10 years ago, we were at $3-4 million in fund balance. You know, one of the slides I think shows 17 million. Now we have an infusion of money that will be coming in, as you saw in the earlier slide. So it's about 30. But again, you know, when you look at those numbers, and there's a comment that was made by the public some time back, those numbers, we're about there, revenues and expenses. We're not any significant gains anywhere for decades. And it's been back to when there was a change. And ultimately, we're an ag community. So there is a lot of the ag community somewhat gets a hall pass on a lot of things. They don't really get taxed significantly. And so there are, and our bread and butter, again, is property tax, which it's not really, I mean, it's difficult when we only have 2 arterial roads really coming in that are completely, jam-packed, going out and coming in during the day. So I think the next slide is very telltale. So why don't you share the next slide? I think it's a good lead into the next slide that just shows potentially, and again, over the last 10 years, there's been a lot of work from prior boards and your board, from the Economic Development Committee, to address what can we do to generate more revenues. And here's a couple of potential revenue generating projects that we could use. Supervisor Betsy Dirks had asked for this, so we put this on. And so, Gabriel, you want to go ahead and take it from there?
There have been some projects that have been floating around along with other potential revenue streams that could come into the county. So what I'm showing here is essentially the yellow. Yellow would be growth from the last year, so going from this year over, just carrying the orange column, which turns into now the yellow column here. That's just growth from base, so over the year. What I then have is what could potentially happen if we were to move forward with some of these bigger projects that aren't just one-time, money. These are ongoing revenue streams to the county. So, for example, the first one, the brief little blue bar at the bottom, cannabis, that's still uncharted territory for us. I have it at about between $750,000 to $1 million. And that's a very conservative estimate, not knowing what cannabis could bring to the community in the form of ongoing revenue. And that's something that we haven't had. So that could be an increase. The potential for the landfill expansion, so the orange block, that could lead to, potentially anywhere between, $3 and $4 million. And that is continual ongoing revenue to the county. The next block, so the gray space, that's the Strata Verde project. That could bring anywhere between $6 and $7 million of ongoing revenues to the county. And little by little, and it's not just, a one-time shot kind of deal. A lot of these will continue to grow over time, little by little, with a conservative rate. But all visas can definitely go back into the county to better have a fully staffed, departments to be able to serve the community, to provide, sheriff's office, to provide safety, to provide, more probation staff, to provide more, county council staff, to provide more services that we can do out in the community. But we need projects to move forward. Otherwise, we're stuck with essentially what we have here, where we have to rely on growth in property tax and maybe slight growth in sales tax, which isn't sustainable.
Go to the next slide.
Yeah, what that could then turn into is, let's say we add in the projects. And this, what it's calculating is, let's take our bar and just move it over. So the expenses here are the exact same ones I have here. But what's happened now is, if we were able to move forward with some of these projects, let's say if we move forward with all of them, then now our revenue, which is the orange column, far and exceeds our expenditure. And now we're able to add on all the positions. We're able to even increase and provide even more sheriff's deputies and more staff to be able to provide more services in the community. But when we aren't able to move forward with the projects, then that's where we're left with a situation like this, where the concern is, are we going to have enough revenue coming in to pay for that? Well, if we don't, then how long can we sustain it? 3 or 4 years, and then we eat our reserves, and then we can't do anything. Then we're faced with the tough situation of having to either cut back services, or in a very unfortunate circumstance, having to lay off staff, and we don't want that. We went through the recession, and I know Ray was here during the recession, and there were layoffs, and even talking with some of the departments, they've been, mentioning that now it's been about 10 years, and now they're feeling like they're barely back to being fully staffed from then. And that's something where I don't want to put a department in a situation where I add staff and then 2 or 3 years go down and we have to cut back. one way to address it, as our CEO mentioned, is looking at some of these projects and potentially having some more ongoing revenue that can sustain the county going forward. But if we don't have it, then we have to make some decisions. And whether that's not approving any positions right now or making some contingent on, potential projects or seeing that we're seeing some of the revenues come in, that is a decision that we need to make.
And just before we go into capital projects, when you look at, getting about where we're at before, but consider now our workload's even more now. I mean, consider just how we manage a board meeting. I mean, it's a full production. We have people in the back, we're coordinating, we have, typically we have 3 people here in the front, we have people out, in the hall. I mean, there's a lot going on. Before, really, it was just a clerk. That's all we ever had. And then the other clerk was working on the next meeting. So just the amount of work has increased across the board for everybody. When we're talking about AV increasing, well, that's great. But what does it mean? Well, there's more houses. Well, that maybe not so great in some cases, but it's definitely an increased workload for our assessor, for recording office. They got to record the deeds. There's a lot of tax collector treasurer now has more work. Probation office now has more work. Corrections. So there's a lot more work now when you actually bring in more people as well. So just to consider those thoughts. There's a lot there to digest. But again, your board had asked for us to look at the at potential revenue and what that would look like in regards to our expenditures and really what our needs are as well. So we tied those in. I think, I know we're up against time. I think 11:30 is what we presented before. So if you don't mind, maybe we can continue on unless there's some deep questions that you guys need to get answered. But Gabriel, want to go through the capital?
Next piece is covering some capital projects. Some of these I'm just covering as just a visual. We're gonna come back on the 17th to further drill down on it. The one thing though that I will make a mention to is that we did have a lot of capital projects that began this year that won't be completed, that will be rolled into the next year. That'll be roughly about $2.4 million worth of projects. There's a couple of other additional projects that are on a 3/5-year plan. Those include the old public health building right here on the side, in addition to the old jail right next to it, and in addition to the remodel of the Hall of Records. So those are pretty significant projects. We felt at the time, the last couple of years, that we didn't have the funding on hand to cover it. And that's why they were put on a 3/5-year track plan. But for this upcoming year, what's going to be rolled over on the general fund side is about $2.4 million. Subvention funds also have various projects, and they're going to be rolling over about $3 million worth of capital project expenses. And then new projects that were requested by various department heads and across the county on the general fund side, that close to about $14 million. That's more than the reserve that we have on hand right now. So we can't fulfill every single project. We can definitely look at priorities on some of the projects and see which ones we can do. But knowing that we're carrying over $2.4 million from the prior year to the upcoming year, I don't think we're going to be able to do everything. So this is more or less, like I mentioned, a visual. We'll be putting together a 1-year, 3-year, and a 5-year plan on some of these projects, and some of these that are projects right now are going to fall into that track plan, and we'll be moving towards them. And then the subvention funds, department funded about $12 million. So there's a lot of activity happening in the county, and it's across. So like I mentioned, so no action taken, just purely visual, just to give the board an idea on some of the projects, and then hopefully in the future narrow it down. Just the brief items, essentially $2.4 million rolling from prior to this year to the upcoming year, and department head requested close to about $14 million worth of projects, so we'll filter through that. The next piece I wanted to cover is OPEB, so other post-employment benefits. Right now, we have a current strategy that was adopted by the Board of Supervisors June 6, 2020. We've been funding OPEB contribution by $500,000 annually. At the time, it was expected to be fully funded by 2040. So what has happened now from that time, we see the little graphic below, from the prior year, 2019, 2020, to the year that just finished, 2020-2021, the OPEB funding status decreased from 86% to 72%. Everything that caused that is related to the change in our strategy that we implemented. So we dropped, we had a swing of what we had first projected to be 2021 closer to 95% funded, but we actually swinged on the downside because our contribution to OPEB decreased. So we were contributing over $1 million, but now we decreased it with the strategy to 500,000. The plan was that it was going to be funded by 2040, 100%. That date is looking a little bit, I think it's going to be, it's a little bit ambitious. I think it'll probably be 2050, 2060 if it does happen. What has me a little bit nervous and concerned is that we had such a swing on the downside that if we were to later try to do debt servicing, that could be something that gets looked at as to, you know, why there was such a switch between the funding status. So one of the things that we have on our side, I guess, to give an idea on our trust balances, the auditor's office took some direction from the board and moved to remove from the CERBIT, which is the trust balance that we held with Calpers, to moving it to PARS, which was actually getting us a better return at the time. So we moved essentially our 15 million that we had in CERBIT into the PARS system. So that's why we show essentially 100% drop fiscal year on the CERBIT side, and we show a 112% gain on the PARS side, because just the increase, you know, dropping everything on one, adding it to the other. Overall, year over year, we increased about 8%. You know, standard stock market increase somewhere between 6 and 8%. So I feel like we're averaging pretty well, better than we were with CERBIT. So I think that was a good decision for us to move in that direction. I think, like I mentioned, we're good. We've moved into the PAR side, but at the end, the bigger issue is the liability side. Because we changed what we're putting into it from over $1 million to 500,000, that's definitely affecting our funded status and the liability.
So we're looking at actually at this next slide here. Go ahead, Gabriel.
So the next slide, what we're looking is a recommendation from the board is either remaining status quo. So if we remain status quo, we'll remain at a lower funded amount. Our liability will be higher. Our potential ratings agency hit if we decide to go out and do a COP or go do some debt servicing. So that's how we stay status quo. We increase the funding. We had done some preliminary work with some actuaries to see how we can get more or less back on track. What that'll mean is about a $400,000 contribution, split between the general fund contributing $184,000 and the subvention funds contributing $230,000. What this will allow us to do is to maintain a higher funded amount, and one way that we could fund it is use the current year. We can fund it using the general fund contingencies. We've only used up 40,000 out of $1 million that's sitting in contingency, so we would be using about 184,000 of that contingency, still leaving well over 500,000 in that amount. So this is one of the items that we would, you know, bring it to the board as a recommendation. I would recommend increasing the funding amount because we'll be back on track to where we should be, funding these liabilities for other post-employment benefits, and it would have us at a higher status, both on the liability side and on with the rating agencies, just to make sure that we're right on track and we're not seen as, you know, they're good one year, bad the next year, good one year, bad the next year. So that's more or less to try to get us back on track. So with that, I'll give it.
Gabe,
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair, so just back up one slide.
Yeah.
And this comes up when we're talking about Calpers too, but
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
so you're showing an 8% increase, but
Right.
that's as of the end of the year.
Right.
And if we were to look at it now, we would see, I'm not sure what it would be over a year's time,
Mhm.
but most portfolios
Oh, yeah.
have dropped significantly
Yes.
since the first of the year. And so, I mean, this looks favorable, but again, so it raises the question in my mind,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't remember the conversation, but I thought we were going to, I know we agreed to move into the PARs, which got a better return, but I thought we were going to maybe get a little bit more conservative in terms of our investment strategy with this money.
Mm-hmm.
And again, when you look at Calpers, when we get a little bit
Mhm.
further on, you're seeing a 6.13% drop year to date.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I just, in addition to what we're talking about, and I realize we need to give you direction on this,
Mm-hmm.
contributions, but I do think we have to be very careful in terms, I mean, we had this windfall where we had this huge increase and we benefited, but that's not, that's not normal. Usually there's ups and downs. We have to be careful about how we're investing this money and not exposing it to too significant of, risk from, drop in the market. So I think that's a conversation I think we also need to have.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I support Supervisor Tiffany's contention on the investment strategy, particularly where we're at now with the instability in the market.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely support increasing that and following the recommendation. It's just a wise investment, long-term, short-term, and I really support that highly. Thank you.
And what
Yeah,
would be-
You can
would
bring that
too.
back.
I meant
Yeah.
to, I meant to mention that as well. I would definitely support it.
And that's what we're looking for. So what we're gonna do, depending on what the board wanted, if increasing is what we're looking for, we're gonna come back
Yeah.
with the auditor's office, get some more current actuary numbers, and then bring a resolution to see. Right now, the numbers that I have right here is from the prior actuary report, and we're gonna get more refined ones, bring those back to the board and pass a resolution on increasing the amount of the whole board wishes to vote on.
And we can discuss strategy, the investment strategy as well at the
Exactly.
next meeting.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So the next piece, as Supervisor Tiffany was mentioning, looking into Calpers. So as he mentioned, Calpers did do pretty well the last year, but they did suffer some losses already, just like everyone else in the stock market that's heavily invested. Right now, they going from year to date, they've dropped about 6%. Some of the bigger changes with Calpers is they dropped their target rate from what was 7% to 6.8%, based around them not, meeting it. The prior year, they did meet it, just like everyone else did, because the stock market was roaring. One factor that, I guess, one piece of information which is like not really shared is, they did, probably increase by around 20%, but every other pension system did better than Calpers. So if we were to look at our rankings, Calpers is sitting at the bottom, while some of the other pension plans sitting at the top maybe increased by 35%. So it has something to do with the investment strategy. That's something that they addressed. So they switched up their asset mix. They're actually being a little bit more aggressive, getting into private equity and private debt with higher percentage numbers, and decreasing their liquidity amounts. So now they're fully in, which may be good and bad depending on how you look at it. So Calpers is trying to change. We'll see how it pans out, but so far with the -6% as everyone else is also experiencing, we'll see in a couple of years' time how that turns up. And then just some other kind of factors that may come into play, specific with investment stuff is, trade has been impacted because of some geopolitical issues. Inflation's been, high. Interest rates are increasing little by little. What used to be, favorable to go and refinance a home, maybe not so much right now, maybe a little bit high. So we'll continue to monitor and update the board if any other issues do come up. Direct impact to the county on the pension side from the last year contribution to the upcoming contribution, we're gonna need to increase $5 million. That's nothing we can go around. This is the minimum contribution, and this is what comes from the CalPERS itself. So there's really no way of us kind of working our way around it. Last year's increase was 800,000. So from last year to this year, we're needing to increase an additional about 300,000 to $1 million. And our funded percentage, our miscellaneous dropped. It was about 70%. We dropped a couple of percentage points to 69. And then our safety, about 74. We were at 75 previously, but it's just minor changes. And our pepper safety is doing reasonably well. But that's one thing we wanted to let the board know. Next topic that we wanted to cover was budget policies. So essentially, where we've been in the county, I haven't looked at every single budget in existence in the county, but from what I've been able to gather, we've never really had a formal reserve policy. We've always had a more or less emergency fund. We've had a contingency fund. So for example, this year, our emergency fund was $500,000. Our contingency fund was $1 million. We've only spent $36,000, as I mentioned. Taking into consideration, we want to do the other item. Previously, what we've used as our reserve has been our unassigned fund balance. We haven't really said anything formal or had anything in place. Roughly this end of year going forward, if the revenues does come in, we'll have roughly about 31 million unassigned fund balance, which leads us to maybe do a variety of different projects. But that still leaves the money without having any real structure. So what I had presented back in the presentation, I believe it's October, November, was during the budget time to come and try to establish a formal reserve policy. At the time, what I had presented was a tiered system approach with a tier 1 and a tier 2. Tier 1 being a safety reserve for operating expenses, roughly 15% of the general fund expenses, what would amount to about 10.4 million of the prior year budget. And then a tier 2 emergency reserve. This would then support the disaster recovery fund, 5% of operating general fund expenses, about $3.5 million from last year's budget. One thing that I wanted to also mention is we can establish this reserve either all at once, or we could do a phased-in approach where we would, for example, do a year 1, 5% to the operating, 2.5% to the disaster, to the emergency reserve, which is roughly 5 million. Year 2, 10% to operating, 5% to the emergency, and then year 3, the full 15% to operating and 5% to the emergency. I would probably opt for the phased-in approach as opposed to establishing it all at once, because what that'll do is that'll tie up all the money in 1 year. Not to say that it won't happen, it'll happen in 3 years, but that'll at least give you some time to see how the strategy is working and if it needs to be modified next year. And what I'm hoping to do is essentially move forward with this as a resolution that every year as we work through the budget process, we bring a resolution establishing a formal reserve policy. And then if we have to move it up or down depending on how we're doing, we can definitely take into consideration doing so. So let's say we have a year where we have a lot of unassigned balance, maybe we fill the full amount. We have another year where maybe it's looking a little tight, then we move some of it out. but we can address it on a year-per-year basis, so we're not tied to something. Roughly what this looks like in comparison to other counties is about the same, usually average between 10 and 20% reserve. Some counties opt for the GFOA guidance, General Financial Officer Association, which is about 2 months operating reserve. What that means to San Benito County is, about 15 million. So this policy would be roughly right on track, considering our contingency that we budget for and our emergency fund that we budget also for. So considering those two, we'd be about 15.5 million. So we'd be right along with GFOA guidance in those terms. So recommendation, as I kind of mentioned, would be to bring back a resolution similar to how we're doing with the Opeb one, bringing back a resolution more than likely at the 17th second budget meeting, establishing a reserve policy. And I would just need some guidance as to whether you would like to do a phased-in approach or essentially establish it all from the get-go. One thing to consider, we can't really establish it all from the get-go because our current fund balance is 11 million. We expect to receive up to 31 when we get those other revenues, but we don't have that in place. So I would probably opt in for the phased-in approach. What essentially this whole policy will allow us to do is move away from the ambiguity of trying to figure out what we may have in reserve or not in reserve. And it'll be easier both for the public and for the board to figure out once we set money aside and say, okay, that's the reserve, and then what is unassigned? What can we put towards, one-time expenses, capital projects, all these different expenses? Because right now it's, yes, we have a reserve, but I don't know if a disaster or something's going to happen. We're going to have a shortfall on the operating side, and I may need to pull some of that. If we establish the reserve, then all that's more or less put to rest, and you're able to, make decisions a little bit better and more appropriate. So for that.
Madam Chair, thank you, Gabriel. This is actually something that I'd been wanting and asking for. It actually reminds me of back when I was on the Hollister School Board that I pushed for a safety net. I asked the question, what is the amount of funds that, what is the capacity based off of the funds that we have if we were to have some kind of a catastrophe, recession.
Mm-hmm.
And I think back then they told me it was like 6 weeks, if that. So that's not very strong, right? That well, actually that was still decent compared to where we're at today, right? Where now you have almost 60 layoffs at the Hollister School District Board, which is in and of itself a catastrophe. It's part of the reason for the notion of a subvention or a succession planning, because that's got to be included in that process, right? So even for the sake of consistency, I think 2 months should be the minimum. I do agree with that. I think, for the sake of liquidity also, our county needs to be nimble to be able to adapt to, I see a lot of rocky boats ahead of us. So I think we need to be all the more nimble. 2 months, I think, is minimum.
Madam Chair, I support the tiered approach. I think 20%, it's pretty much in line with what Supervisor Hernandez is saying, getting up to that 15-20%. But 20% seems like a healthy number. And I also I'm really glad to see this. It's something we've talked about in the last year. To me, it's really the missing piece of our budget planning as far as what we can do and can't do with discretionary dollars. So thank you for this, and I fully support year 1, 2, 3, like you have it outlined. Thanks.
Thank you, Gabe. I think this is great to look at as well. I support a tiered approach too. My one concern, if I'm looking at this correctly, we have 500,000 in the emergency disaster reserve currently to date.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not trying to predict the future or anything, but I'm just really worried that we're going to have an earthquake at some point. I think it's a matter of when, not, if. And I'm just really worried that the $500,000 isn't quite enough. I don't know if there's a way that we could, allocate a little more to the emergency disaster reserve. It's just a concern I have. And so if there's a way we could maybe do that, but if I don't have support for that, I do feel like the tiered approach is the best way. I do want us to be nimble. I don't want to tie up all our money either, but I would like to have a little more peace of mind than $500,000. I know it's 2.5. What would that make it? Sorry, as a journalism major.
2.5.
Like, you could to add in 1 year, how much would that be of the 3 million for the emergency reserve? 3.4.
Oh, 2.5, if you were to supplement that.
Mhm.
Let's see.
And I would
yeah.
concur with her if you needed a second.
Emergency reserve is about 3.5, and that's 5%. The 500,000 right now is probably, set 0.75 of a percentage.
Okay.
Usually the emergency, the disaster recovery fund fluctuates anywhere between 500,000 to 1.5 million. It just depends on the flexibility that we have as we, put together the budget and adopt it. And that's one of the items that's also part of the budget process. As we move that forward and with the auditor's office, we more or less finalize the numbers. We put an item on the resolution that adopts the budget that sets that emergency disaster recovery fund amount. And if the board would like, we can move that dollar up and down. I know that was it a year or two ago. The supervisors, I think it was Supervisor Botello at the time, wanted to increase. I think at that time it was also set about 500,000. He opted to increase it, I believe, to 1.5 million. So it's something that can happen.
That's what
And
I was going to say that
Yeah.
in years past, we've actually had it higher,
Mhm.
along with contingency. And actually, it actually worked out when we had the slides and we had,
Right.
out there in Lucy Lane, the floods, the Paro River. So there was a lot of things happening at once. Thank goodness we had a healthy reserve or, emergency reserve as well as contingency to both offset that.
Madam Chair, I'm not against the idea of bumping that up, but I'm right in thinking that, we can tap into the other reserves as well, if need be, or can we? The emergency, we have 500,000 allocated for emergency. That's not to say that we couldn't tap into, or are we limited
No.
to only that emergency funds?
Yeah, Gabriel, so basically, typically in years past, the auditor's understanding and the county's was you had to lock it in at the beginning of the year. However, we can go back and make an adjustment mid-year, or in case of an emergency, we can do that. We can go back. We'd have to be able to do that.
Okay.
But typically, we try to do our best to set it. It's really untouchable unless there's an emergency.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, anyway, I would be fine to bumping that up. And I agree with everyone else. I think the tiered approach makes sense. Thank you.
Awesome.
Is it possible to increase, to include a tiered approach to the emergency fund and cap it, right? Like maybe set a goal? And that way you could have at least some way of achieving. I think $1 million should be in that reserve fund, in that emergency fund.
Well,
but-
the tiered approach is over multiple years, so we would just budget for it the following year. So we would recommend doing it the first year, 1 million. That's what we would do. And then the
At a
tiered
minimum.
approach with this on the reserve policy is what we would be requesting.
I just know that when COVID first hit, Supervisor Gilio had requested a $1 million fund, right, for COVID preparedness and response,
Right.
and it really went a long way for
Mhm.
planning
Yeah.
and ultimately freed up our departments to be able to address the needs of
Yeah.
the community.
We had CRF. There was a lot of other funding sources we had to address the emergency at that time. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I'm good with the $1 million. I am curious, we always come to these round amounts. $1 million sounds about right, but it's
I like
it's
a
like we're in
1.5
Austin Powers movie or
personally.
something.
Yeah.
But, so I'm just curious on, maybe we could at some point do a statistical analysis of, what, maybe a number that's a little more exact than, but I think it sounds about right. The money goes back. If we don't use it, it comes back anyhow, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. So, we've outlined $1 million. We had COVID. We submit our time Whatever the emergency is, if there is anything, we submit it to FEMA, then FEMA, it could take a decade to get our money back at times. So, yeah, so ultimately we do most of the time get our money back. It just takes time.
Yeah, it takes a while. So, for example, the $2 million that we have, that we're gonna receive, we received the first part of our Great Plates program, second part's waiting, and then general
Still waiting.
government expense.
That was,
So-
2 summers ago?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Right.
when we'll see those, I know the Great Plates is already filtering in. We're just pending FEMA review on it, and then we've submitted the COVID expenses, and there's a couple of little questions that we have to filter, so
And
little by little.
that is just, I mean, that's Great Plates, right? That's a pretty simple program. It's 3 to 5 years on reimbursement. When you have something major like the floods we had, when you have that,
You
the
need it
back
right
Highway
away.
25 washed out behind, where is it, the Piscinas school in that area? Yeah, that took years. I mean, just took years, because there's rocks that were delivered, big rocks, tractors out there. It was a lot of work, so.
You had Shore Road, right, and that was.
Yeah, it was just a lot of work, and then it took a long time to get reimbursed. So anyways, just varies.
One last, maybe it's, you know, we do $1 million, and then if that's the right number, and then each year maybe bump it by 5%, so that you're not, you know, so you're actually addressing inflation and times
I like
moving
that.
on.
We can put that in the policy.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking 1.5 million, but I like starting at $1 million and then building up.
$1 million is definitely a round figure, Madam Chair. I agree, Supervisor Kuzmicki. It's just a goal, but ultimately from there you can assess, because it's just for the purpose of setting that goal, right? And increasing it, I do agree, is priority. Smaller county, limited resources, we need more flexibility. I think that's what's made us strong as a county, is the ability to be flexible and address those needs and be responsive. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So, we're here down at the end, so quick wrap up, recommendations and direction. I feel like we've gotten, direction on animal control. Department request, as I mentioned, I'll be reviewing the positions, as they were submitted, but as I mentioned, my concerns are with the stability of the increasing expenses in relation to the revenue that's coming in. So, my thought process is if there are positions that are funded by an outside, so if there are positions that are being requested that are going to be funded by an outside, so a like for like, an increase for an increase, then I'm okay with adding those. If there are requests contingent on funding, you know, coming in and being available, then I think we'd be okay with adding them unfunded until the funding materializes in one way or another. Other than that, I am going to be pretty strict on adding positions, if any are added. More on the general fund side. Subvention funds are, you know, stable, and they're presenting revenues that are going to be matching them. So those are going to be a little bit more flexible. Capital projects, as I mentioned, will be coming back.
Can I stop you for a moment? So on the FTEs, so looking at the chart where you have department FTE requests, so let's go ahead and look at those and see which ones specifically will be non-issues because of other funding sources, and which ones that we would have to look at as possibly not filling. Because I want to know exactly what we're looking at. It's not a cut per se, but it is where you're not able, the
Right.
department's not able to fill it. So which ones are we saying that are specifically general fund, those funds that are coming? I see you have 2,116,395.
Right.
But which positions specifically are particularly only general funds?
So if we were looking at particularly just general fund, I kind of set them up more or less in order. So the last 3 rows, the social workers, eligibility specialists, and the account 3, those are all subvented funds. So
Okay,
those I would approve. The sheriff's items, as I mentioned, we want to, you know, talk to the sheriff to see the need that's there with those particular items. I know that we had some discussion about potentially tying some of those in with some cannabis revenue as that begins to materialize. So that's maybe where we can find some wiggle room, maybe adding a couple of positions unfunded, and as the revenue comes in, be able to subsidize for them. On the planning, the RMA one, sorry, I'm going from the bottom up.
That's okay, and I'm following you.
On the RMA side, on the planning, some of these positions, more or less the planning tech, some of them, we're able to get cost reimbursed for some of the expenses. So the planning side, as it pertains to, being able to, bring in revenue, because of all the work they do, reviewing plans and updating all these reports, they truthfully do bring in a lot of revenue. So that's where maybe we could have a little bit of a wiggle room with the planning side. The CSA, CFDs, those would be pending a 218 process and at
Right.
zero cost. So those, I think, would be okay to add on unfunded. And when the 218 process goes through, we can bring those to the board to fund them, knowing that they're going to be, reimbursed by the CSAs and CFDs. The regional agency position, the staff analyst, that one is cost shared throughout the agency, so that
Right,
one.
and I have that down to the percentages you said.
That one I
that's-
think would be okay.
You said the city of Hollister is 50%, city of San Benito, city of San Juan is 10%, and then the remainder is for the county of San Benito.
Roughly around those
Yeah.
percentages.
Okay,
From there, bottom up, these are positions that were requested more or less because there was a need in a department to fill it, whether if it was that because of the amount of work that's being done, a position is warranted. So these don't particularly have any funding attached to them, so we would be making this ask particularly out of the general fund without, a revenue string to, subsidize it. So those would be the ones that we'd have to really, scrutinize. So going from the capital program manager all the way to the assistant clerk of the board. And then on some of these, talking to the departments, the need is there because of the amount of work that they do. I know just, for example, here in the administration office with the clerks, like we mentioned earlier, if we want to go to 3 meetings a month and having to clerk all these other specific meetings, then, the workload is there. And then, for example, also the capital project manager, we have so many projects happening throughout the county and so many requests of new projects happening. One of the reasons why we're rolling over so many projects from last year to this year particularly is because we need staff to be able to stay on top of these projects and manage them and make sure they're completed, all the way through, so.
well, I'm following along with you, and that was why I had asked that question, what really were you
Right.
asking of us?
Yes,
And so, we'll be talking about those then, going back to that item about following up. We'll be talking about those items that you specifically just listed on the wrap-up. At which meeting are we looking at?
May 17th.
The May 17th?
May 17th.
yeah.
Okay,
And excuse me, Madam Chair, I gather that we will have some of the department heads, for example, the sheriff, to be here
They're all invited.
to justify.
We invite them. I'll make it mandatory.
Right, right.
yes, please,
And-
please.
And then, Gabe, I don't know if this was asked earlier, but these are FTE requests.
Right.
Are they, we talked about no longer, budgeting positions that were not likely going to get filled.
Right.
Have we eliminated those in the budget, eliminated those positions that are likely not going to get filled? Is this a more true budget we're looking at?
Yeah, so we've been looking at them, position by position. If it's a position that hasn't been filled for, like I mentioned, if it hasn't been filled for over 6 months, then it's a discussion with the department to see if this is ever gonna get filled. And if it looks like it's not, then we're gonna unfund it, leave it on the budget, unfunded, take the money out. Later, if the need does arise, then that has to be an item to the board requesting the funding to be allocated for that position.
Excuse me, we're not necessarily, that's not reflected here yet, some of that. So, we might be in a little bit better shape than this reflects if some of those positions are unfunded.
Some are beginning, yeah, the majority of them are already, on my side, like I mentioned, on the recommended budget, the upcoming meeting, those will be tightened up on that one. The majority of them have already been tightened up. Right now, what we're looking is more actuals. And on the upcoming one, I'm gonna, further tighten it to,
But-
address those.
And just for clarity, we have to balance the budget.
Right.
And if there are departments that do not, I mean, for whatever reason, haven't been able to fill positions for years, I mean, we have to address it. And that's part of the vacancy budgeting. Your board asked us to remove that. So if we remove it, we have to remove it. If not, we're gonna keep it, then we need to reevaluate that. But we have to, this is the avenue, the way to address it is to remove any of those vacancies
Yeah.
to balance the budget ultimately. So I just want to preface that, make sure the board's aware of that. We'll try to address it with the departments, where the needs are. We really just wanted to get, where is that need? Is it in safety? If that's it, then we'll, whatever we have left, we'll work with that department. We'll look at other funding. One of the things I was considering is maybe more AB 109 money or some other funding that we could use to subsidize those positions. Yeah.
Yeah, so between, I guess, this meeting and the 27th, these are the cleanup meetings, right?
Yeah,
So
right.
that's when we finalize.
Which we didn't have in years past. We did everything on whiteboard, and it was craziness. But today, I mean, again, we're going through it. It's just an exercise. We just want your feedback for you to ponder over it, and give yourself another month to really think about it as well. Maybe something else comes up that you may hear, you may want to consider. Now is the time to do it prior to finalizing it in June.
Madam Chair, just one quick point. I just would caution on, outside sources are great, but let's make sure that they're ongoing. I don't want to get us in a position where we fund with something that is cut off, at some point, we'll be in the same position as
Yeah.
Supervisor Hernandez mentioned as the school
Absolutely.
district. So
Yep.
make sure
Yep.
they're ongoing
Absolutely.
revenue sources. Thanks.
And Gabriel's managing that too as well. Every position that has been approved with outside funding, he's managing it every year, looking at each position.
And I just want to say thank you, because in comparison to last year, this one feels like you're allowing us to have more say in the process and not just, well, you weren't here, so I can't blame you, but not just give us the numbers and it is what it is. And so it sounds like you're giving us more opportunity for these second and third meetings to be able to have our say and then truly for it to be a board-approved budget.
Yeah, and again, last year was an anomaly. I mean, most of you were brand new. I think we lost Mark. There was a lot of things happening. I think we just brought in Gabriel. He's brand new. So, we were just, we were just, let's get the budget, whatever we can do to get the budget in. So I just wanted to put that in the context.
I'm recognizing the
Typically,
efforts. So I wanted to
typically
say
in
thank
years
you.
past, we tried it, and this is what kind of the process normally looks like. Yeah.
It's an interactive process.
I just wanted to say thank you to, and I appreciate your approach to the budget, Gabe, and your diligence to the details and the forward thinking as well. So I really appreciate that. Thank you for your hard work on this.
So.
You had a couple more slides, right? You want to go
Yeah.
through this real quick?
So we've already more or less gotten the OPEB and the reserve policy recommendations, so in the direction, we're good on those. Last two slides is just visual, showing where we would be. Let's say if we took in the $31 million worth of unassigned funding that we would potentially be at, and we factor in the one-time expenses, capital project, the ones that roll over, and then we establish a full reserve policy, our balance would be about $15 million or so. And that's just one-time expenses. If we were then to look at ongoing expenses, where our balance would be, if year one, we add in all the positions, make the OPEB, the increase in the Calpers contribution, essentially the fund balance would drop to 11 million. If that goes, year two, year three, the further drops our fund balance to about 7 million at the end of year two, and end of year three, we're at 2.5 million. Pending a year four, which would be another 4.5 million. And if we have to continue to eat, as Supervisor Kosmicki mentioned, if we continue to eat out of this unassigned balance, then we're effectively left with nothing to fund positions.
And we're not recommending this,
we're
but we
not-
wanted to share with you,
What
a
it
picture
is.
that what it could look like, yeah.
And that's one of the things the board, the budget is policy, and the board, makes, through the interactive process, makes decision on, projects and setting, reserve policies and different items, and this, has ripples across the county as it pertains to, having, sheriff's deputies and having, staff, running, providing services in the county. So that's one thing we wanted to leave it with, and we got direction, and we appreciate the board being part of this. We'll be back on the 17th.
Thanks,
May.
Gabriel, for
You
all your
did
work on this.
excellent. We're at 11:28.
Thank you. So then, on this agenda, then, we're gonna be going to, closed session next.
Real
and-
quick, just public
Yes.
comment, if you
Okay.
can, to wrap that up. I know we asked for it earlier, but I think it was specifically to SNP bus and the animal control contract.
Okay, thank you.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. In chambers, you can provide a speaker card. You've been unmuted.
Or is that for me, right, Sheriff Taylor? I just wanted to jump in real quick. I know that there was some comment about me not watching the whole thing, so I don't know if there's any questions that you have for the sheriff's office, or if you
To make sure you're here on the May 17th meeting, because we as a board are going to ask collectively for you to articulate and tell us why you need the positions that are in this report. So no particular questions for you today, but definitely on May 17th.
Okay, thank you. We'll see you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Valerie Eglin, Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. And the proceedings that you've had this morning are just outstanding. So clear. I appreciate the work of the CEO and Gabriel and the whole board. Beautiful partnering of energy. And I know we're going to have a great future with excellent projects, especially in parks next year. Thank you.
No other comments.
All right. So then we'll go ahead and then have you read into the record the closed session items that we'll be looking at. And this is a carryover from the April 12th meeting that we were not able to address during that time.
Number 1 is closed session conference with real property negotiators, Government Code Section 54954.5 and 94954.8, 1135 San Felipe Road, and it's Leslie Cohn with TTM Ventures. 2 is closed session conference with legal counsel regarding pending litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9A, Western Resources Legal Center versus County of San Benito County Superior Court, CU 21-00204. And 3 is closed session public employee performance evaluation, county counsel and county administrative officer pursuant to Government Code 54957.
Okay, so can we go to public comment on that?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas?
Oh, it's not working.
Okay, I think, is that better?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak. So you have on your agenda with regards to public employees' performance evaluation, and I'm very curious for the county council, item 18 on October 12th, you had public employee performance for the county council. And on January 25, item 27, for that agenda, you had public employee performance evaluation for the county administrative officer. And I'm just wondering why less than 6 months and less than 3 months, you were again behind closed doors having evaluations, performance evaluations, and apparently you're not going to state why, but the public is aware that this is happening, and we're very curious as to why this is happening after you've had the evaluations, and not only did you have evaluations, they were given new contracts. So it's very curious why you're suddenly having evaluations behind closed doors. Thank you.
No other comments.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and adjourn to a closed session then.
Madam Chair, so we'll finish this meeting and then we have assessment appeals at 12:30. So just an FYI on that. So we'll open up, reconvene for that, or actually starting the meeting on that.
In there.
And so closing it as in, we're not going back to that one?
No, I mean, we're